yes, yes. They have the audacity to go after anything. The 7 dragons, gods. No ancient artifact that relates can escape their greedy ambitions. Still, this time is different. Who do they think they are, going after the Abyss Order's treasures? Oh, Traveler, it's you.
Huh? Ganyu, what are you doing here with Lan? Do you have a commission you need to post?
Hello. We were just discussing the treasure hoarders.
Yes. We were just saying how even the audacious treasure hoarders should know better than to mess with the Abyss. It's just too evil.
But we recently received intel from the Ministry of Civil Affairs that 2 big-time treasure hoarders in Liyue and Mondstadt are planning some big joint operation.
2 big-time treasure hoarders?
Yes. They're known as Big Sis of the South and Raptor of the North.
Oh, Raptor! Paimon remembers he tried to run away from Amber in Mondstadt. But who is Big Sis of the South?
You already know something then. I guess you must have crossed paths with the treasure hoarders many times before. You are correct. She's the head of the treasure hoarders in Liyue. As I understand it, the treasure hoarders all call her boss. Some say that the god of thieves even bestowed a gift upon her for her exploits, making her Big Sis of the gods. But that's probably just a wild rumor.
Anyway, the treasure hoarders discovered some previously unexplored ruins that the Abyss Order has been secretly guarding in the shadows. Despite how dangerous that makes it, all the treasure hoarders can think about is what kinds of treasure could be inside. They have already devised a plan. They will send out a decoy to divert the Abyss Order's forces away from the ruins, then send an expert thief inside to steal the treasure.
To this end, Big Sis and Raptor have reportedly recruited a certain Grand Thief from Fontaine.
Grand Thief? That's quite an impressive sounding title.
Oh, indeed. He is an extraordinary individual. The Grand Thief is highly respected in the treasure hoarders, in the same way that we adventurers look up to great adventurers. Ah, so you're familiar with the author of the Tevat Travel Guide, then? Correct. The Grand Thief is someone as renowned as her. So, despite being relative big-timers in Liyue and Mondstadt, Big Sis and Raptor had to put in a lot of work to convince a thief of his status to come and personally oversee this operation.
With the major changes in Liyue recently, the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Millelith already have their hands full. They don't have any time to investigate rumors about treasure hoarder activity. But anything related to the Abyss makes me feel like there is some unknown danger lurking beneath the surface. So I decided to come to the Adventurers Guild to post a commission.
Leave this commission to us.
Oh, thank you so much.
Good to see this in the hands of a reliable guild member. Well then, good luck. The guild will take care of the details of this commission.
Give me a moment to compose.
Adventure!
There are signs of treasure hoarder activity here. They must have come to these ruins. Let's go deeper inside. Paimon sure hopes Ganyu's information is reliable. There aren't many guards here. Looks like their plan to draw away the Abyss Order's forces really worked.
Everybody stand back!
Yahoo! No touching. Yeah, we're waiting.
More signs that a treasure hoarder was here. This should be the right direction. But why does it feel stranger and stranger as we make it deeper into these ruins? Be careful now. Paimon's right behind you. This looks like a person. Could it be the Grand? Why is he in that position? Is he praying? That's... Why is the statue of the Seven hanging upside down? And the statue's hands... Paimon remembers they're normally holding an orb, right? But this statue is holding... What is that? Paimon has a really bad feeling about... And the Grand Thief hasn't moved... Hello? Are you okay, mister? He's dead. Paimon doesn't feel so good. Let's get out of here, and fast! We should report back to Ganyu and Lon. Ah! Now what? We can't stay here! Quick, run!
Off we go! Adventure time!
On the secrets of the Abyss. You have come here. You have seen our secrets. For this, you must pay the price. As a herald, I will mete out your punishment.
An Abyss Herald?
Dainsleif. Oh, I thought you were just a couple of pests that stumbled in here by mistake. So, you are with Dainsleif, that constant annoyance in our affairs. Did he send you here to die? His resistance against the Abyss has gone nowhere for a long time. There is nothing you can do to change the tide. The Abyss is unstoppable.
What is this power? Pirates never seen it before! Careful! Please don't get cocky!
Let's light it up!
Abyssal roar!
I'm going in!
Let's play! Let me scry. Access denied.
Annihilate! This power, it seems familiar. I see. So it's you. You are the one. In that case, I shall stay here no longer.
What a tough battle! Are you okay? Oh, such a strong enemy! Who knew the Abyss Order had monsters this powerful among them? Huh? What is it? What are you... Oh, right, yeah! We're near the exit now. Let's get out of this scary place before something even more dangerous shows up.
So, we meet again. A little sooner than I had expected.
Hey, it's Dane!
Judging by your expression, it seems you just experienced something quite strange. Could it be that you encountered an Abyss Herald in those ruins?
Huh? How did you know that?
I've been on the Abyss Herald's trail. I didn't expect to find you here as well. An inverted statue of the Seven, holding abyssal power in its hands. No, I have never seen such a thing during my time fighting the Abyss, though I have had my suspicions. Tell me the rest of what happened in there. So you escaped the ruin depths filled with abyssal power, and then?
And then, as we got close to the exit, an Abyss Herald suddenly appeared and blocked our way! We fought a big battle with that thing. Maybe it hasn't gotten too far yet.
Yes, this is a rare opportunity indeed. Come, let's catch up to it.
Let's go! A rare opportunity? With Dane helping out, maybe we'll be able to solve more mysteries.
Let's light it up! Time for takeoff! Delve into destiny, written in the stars!
Blaze over! Here we go!
Were they trying to ambush us?
No. They were just digging through these abandoned ruin guards looking for something of value.
Oh, is that so? The Traveler here seems to like doing that a lot, too. Looking for chaos devices, chaos circuits, you know, that kind of stuff.
They wouldn't be searching for such ordinary objects. In fact, I was nearby investigating precisely because abyss mages often come out from that ruin to explore. They seem to be searching the remains of ruin guards for a certain valuable object to take back to the ruins. However, they look disappointed, so it would seem they haven't found it yet.
Well then, why didn't you grab one of them just now and ask what they were up to?
I certainly don't mean to be merciful towards these monsters of the abyss, but I have a feeling that their plan with this object is of major importance to the entire Abyss Order. One cannot discover the truth behind it through interrogation. Or rather, these Abyss mages likely fear something else, much more than they do a painful interrogation.
Paimon is getting...
All right, we shouldn't waste too much...
Let me scroll. Yahoo! Think you can get away? Teamwork is strength, decided by destiny. For Rex Lepis. Let's play.
Lenny's adventure team. I have failed you.
Yahoo!
Delve into destiny. Fate is upon you.
Here we go. Wow. Besides the Abyss Order, Ruin Guards sure are active around. Seems wherever we find an Abyss Mage hideout, there's often a bunch of Ruin Guards roaming around too. Is that just a coincidence? Or...
There are no coincidences in the world. Everything is the fruit of seeds planted long ago. Just like your appearance in that tavern, time is just waiting for those seeds to sprout. Forget it. Just some needless musings. The connection between the Abyss Order and the Ruin Guards is by no means incidental. Rather, they are both branches that have grown out and up from the same roots below.
branches? Roots? What do you mean exactly?
Both originate from an ancient nation that was destroyed 500 years ago. Khaenri'ah.
Huh? Khaenri'ah? Really? The Abyss Order and Ruin Guards are left over from after the destruction of that nation? Oh. Speaking of Khaenri'ah, that's really a super ancient name! Oh, right. As your guide, Paimon should explain a bit here. A long time ago, the nation of Khaenri'ah was... Huh? You have memories of being there. But that nation was destroyed 500 years ago!
Is that so? Well, everyone has their secrets. You did not pry into mine, so I shall not pry into yours. But, if you would like to tell me, I will listen. So, the Kanria you saw, what was it like?
So that's the complete story, huh? Paimon thought that you ran into that unknown god first.
I see. So your first memory after coming to this world was being awoken by your brother from within that meteorite.
It seems your brother woke up first. But the question is, how long before you?
And then your brother told you that the destruction of Kanria plunged the whole world into chaos, and that you two should leave this world called Tevat?
The destruction of Conria? He said that?
That destruction you witnessed, that's history from 500 years ago. It seems the first time you awoke in this world was indeed during that period.
Huh. So your brother must have understood this world better than you did, because he woke up first.
And it was shortly after that that you encountered an unknown god who blocked your path, so you couldn't escape.
Oh, Paimon knows this part really well.
I understand. When you awoke at that time and hurriedly tried to leave for another world, you didn't know anything about Kanria. But now, since you have come to gain some understanding of Tevat, you are able to guess that the war you witnessed all those years ago must be the war that ended Kanria.
Ah, if that's the case, you must have been flipping through all sorts of books during our adventure these past few months. Before going to Mondstadt, you had just looked at some vague materials. Later, we managed to gather a whole bunch of old books from all around Mondstadt and Liyue, but you told Paimon they were useless. So, the whole time you were just trying to learn more about Conria so you could find your brother? Oh, yeah. You can travel around the 7 nations to find the 7. But where can you...
I probably know more about Kanria than both of you. Kanria was a nation without a god. Not because it had a god that died or abandoned them, but because it never had a god to begin with. It was a powerful nation, built purely by humans. An unprecedented, flourishing, and glorious civilization. It was the pride of humankind.
A nation without a god?
Later events unfolded just as you remember. It was all destroyed by gods.
You mean that...
500 years ago, the gods descended upon the world and brought desolation to Kanria. The pride of humankind was uprooted and crushed, like a weed removed from the garden of the gods.
How could that be? The history books don't say anything about that.
Yes, well, continuing to discuss the past now will only dampen our spirits. Let's keep moving. I will tell you more of what you want to know as we continue our search.
the agenda?
Over there! It's more ruin guards and abyss mages. Dane was just saying how these ancient machines are from Conria. So, did Conria have a lot of ruins that needed to be guarded?
No. Ruin Guard is the name modern people have given these machines. No one called them that 500 years ago. These Ruin Guards were known as Field Tillers by the people of Conria.
Field tillers? What a strange name.
It's not like you think. Field Tiller was just a code name. The people of Conria like to give code names to their weapons. The land is not to be tilled with farming tools, but rather is to be fought for with steel and blood. This is how the Field Tiller came about.
Fought for with steel and blood? Well, that's an interesting way of understanding tilling. Paimon doesn't think it's a very positive interpretation.
After the destruction of Conria, these masterless field tillers went completely out of control. They wandered aimlessly over the centuries, gradually spreading to every corner of Teyvat. Perhaps resonating with the sorrow of other civilizations lost to time, they found their way to various ruins across the land, where they lie dormant.
That sounds so sad.
Once you understand more, those details won't mean much to you. But no matter their past, all that remains of them now is the danger they pose. So destroy them all.
Think you can get away? We're way behind. Sketch plays over. Let me scribe.
Decided by destiny.
This abyss mage dropped a talisman. Could it be a communication of some kind?
This talisman seems connected to the Abyss Herald. But why would an Abyss Mage be carrying it? Perhaps it really does contain information about their operation.
But Paimon can't read the writing on it. Is that the script of Conria?
Engulf the faith of the enemy in flame, and bring glory to His Highness the Prince.
What? Is that what it says?
Loom of Fate, initial operation. The Abyss, seem to be carrying out a large operation. The keyword here is Loom of Fate. It seems like they are still launching the operation, or rather, are still conducting preliminary tests.
Loom of Fate? What's that? Is it literally a fate-leaving machine? From the horrible feeling Paimon's been getting, those eerie ruins. So, Dane, what message?
I'm reading it now. An ambitious operation. But
How so?
in short, the first phase of the plan is related to Osile, Overlord of the Vortex.
The Overlord of the Vortex? You mean that god in the ocean? What do they want with Osile?
I know of your past heroics regarding Dvalin, and I also know of the Abyss Order's role in the Storm Terror incident. Though you may not have been aware of it at the time, you were thwarting an Abyss Order operation similar to this.
Last time it was Venti's old friend. This time it's a huge ancient god. The Abyss Order keeps setting their sights higher and higher. Will the Abyss Order use their lies and dark magic to corrupt Osile?
No. From the contents of the talisman, this operation goes one step further. They won't just corrupt Osile's mind. They also plan to use the ancient technology behind the field tillers to completely transform Osial's body.
So wait, the Abyss Order wants to make some sort of cybernetic squid god of mass destruction?
Very few people today truly understand the civilization of Kanria. Only the Abyss Order has consistently sought out the remnants of Kanria. Despite being far from human, they seek out this lost human civilization quite persistently. The talisman's message states that they will use the defiled statue as a base, attaching Osial's limbs to construct a mechanized god. And the new core that shall replace the orb usually held by the Statue of the Seven is the eye of the very first field tiller.
The eye of the very first field tiller? Oh, Paimon gets it! All those Abyss mages are looking for the special eye, right?
It would seem so.
This whole thing keeps getting more complicated. But
Yes. According to the talisman, thereby imbuing the newly born god with the power to topple the divine thrones of Celestia.
oh boy, the Abyss Order sure isn't holding back. Since no one knows where the first field tiller is, how about we take the information about the statue as the starting point for our investigation? Yeah, that tone-deaf bard is too difficult to track down anyway. Let's go to...
The cathedral.
Huh?
Nothing. Let's get moving. A huge statue, a grandiose cathedral. The people of Mondstadt clearly spent a great deal of resources and energy to... But how aware of this was the Animo Archon on receiving this gift? And how much did he give back in return?
Faith doesn't ask for anything in return, though.
As long as the gods have a clear conscience about it all, there's nothing...
Shh! We're about to enter the cathedral! And actually, the Animo Archon is...
I never specifically said I would enter the cathedral. I'll leave you two to mingle with the
Huh?
You are the honorary knight of Mondstadt. They will surely allow you to poke into these affairs with their Having me tag along would only make them suspicious. Correct. And just as our little friend said, I might say something bad about the church at any time. When a non-believer steps onto holy ground, the result is I have never received the favor of the gods in the... That's enough about that. While we've been chit-chatting, the Abyss...
Okay, then
I should warn you about one thing. Don't go mentioning the defiled statue inside the Church of Favonius wouldn't ignore the matter of the statue. But if also meddling in...
Honorary Knight! Hi, how have you been? Do you need anything today? But I should first make it clear that if you need to borrow the Holy Lyre to Hermel again, we cannot oblige.
It seems she hasn't realized it's just an illusion. Oh, we're here to ask some questions about something. Barbara, have you heard about the first field...
What's that? Field Tiller. What does...
Of course you wouldn't know anything about that!
Huh? You're here to ask about that old story? Well, a long time ago, there was indeed one statue of the seven that disappeared one night without nearly every member of the church. In the church's records, as you might assume, this incident is...
Of course!
Of course?
Nothing? Sorry, Barbara, but we can't tell you about this.
Other strange stories? I'm not sure. Let me think about what other unusual incidents are in the church.
The tyrant's fight?
Oh, this refers to a time of great danger that engulfed old Mondstadt. The plague many, many years ago. There was a time when balls of fire would rain from the sky whenever anyone approached old Mond.
Balls of fire raining?
People at that time believed it was a curse laid down by the god of storm. This strange phenomenon continued for about a year. No one was ever able to solve it. Right. Later, the theory of the tyrant's final fury became less probable in the eyes of the church. Perhaps it was something else that... Anyway, this incident might not be related to the lost statue of the seven, but I just can't think of any other
It's okay.
There's that pointless word, thank you, again. I can never get used to hearing it.
Oh, Rosaria, it's you.
If you're looking for the Knights of Favonius, they're busy with those monsters again.
Those monsters?
Those monsters that tried to attack Mondstadt last time during the Storm Terror incident?
Wasn't that the Abyss Order? They're at it again?
Indeed. They're gathering in Wolvendom, causing great unrest among the wolves. Could it be that the Abyss Order is targeting the spirit of Lupus Boreas? As for what purpose, I can't say for certain. Master Jean has already headed off to Wolvendom. I must also begin to make a move myself.
Then I will go as well.
Master Jean said you should stay at the church and continue your work with the clerk.
But you're also a member of the clergy.
Right. We'll go give Nat.
Oh, okay. If the honorary knight will be there, then... But please, everyone, be careful. May the Animal Archon protect you all.
I see. Has the Abyss Order already launched a new operation? This could very well have something to do with the defiled statue. We should...
But what is the Abyss?
No, that's not likely. Unlike Osile, who was just suppressed, Andreas died long ago. Today, it is just his spirit that stands. The Abyss Herald may just be targeting the spirit of Andreas in an attempt to garner some information from one of the Animal Archon's old companions.
The Abyss Order!
Don't underestimate the enemy. Let's take them now. The closer we get to the target, the more enemies there are.
Yeah, what?
I'm not going any further.
Huh? Why not? Is it because you're afraid of fluffy animals?
It has nothing to do with wolves. It's because Boreas was an ancient god, yet he willingly became a servant of the Seven. I cannot possibly agree with his actions. I don't desire any interaction with him. Besides, you're the one people like. I'm less likable. There's nothing special about gods anyway. It's just my opinion, but a word of advice. Always be on your guard when around gods. You shouldn't place too much trust in them. But at the same time, don't go too far in the opposite direction. Don't go trying to overthrow them or hunt them down, even if the god in question is your sworn enemy.
Don't trust them and don't hunt them. That's some awkward advice. Does Dane hate the Seven, or is he protecting them?
Lest I repeat the failings of my forebears, I will tell you one final fact.
Huh?
The destruction of the nation of Canria by the gods is the reason the Abyss Order now seeks to destroy the nations watched over by the Seven. Well, enough chit-chat. We should get back to business. I will go take care of the remaining Abyss Order members in the area. Try and keep your visit with Boreas.
Up there? What a strange man. Yeah, that's true. At the rite of dissension in Liyue, your decision was very similar to what Dane would do. Not the easiest situation.
Honorary Knight, Paimon, what are you two doing here?
Oh, Master Jean! So glad we found you. Rosaria told us that you came here to fight the Abyss Order, so we came to help.
Then your help is greatly appreciated. The Abyss Order's sudden offensive is very strange. They have surrounded I just scouted out all of Wolvendom, but I did not see you. Rosaria told me that the Abyss Order is going after Boreas. But the Abyss Order and Boreas... What is the connection between them?
They just like to cause trouble. Do they really need a reason? The Abyss Order already went after Devalin. It's not too surprising that they would also go after another one of the Animal Archon's buddies.
That is true. Regardless, whether the reason behind the present threat is clear or not, I will handle the situation. Honorary Knight, please go and check if Lupus Boreas is in any danger. This god's spirit... He does not often see people, but I hear that you have met him before. Maybe it is best that you are also the one to meet him this time. Okay, be careful. Thank you for your help, Honorary Knight.
Look! Over there, it's Razor! And the Abyss Herald! Yeah, let's go!
You, not welcome here!
So, the wolf's wretched spirit likes to raise wild pups now. You claim to be a guardian, yet your once sharp claws have clearly dulled since your days of godly glory. If you serve us, we can restore your divine powers you once held in the past. Lies. Lie.
What the heck is this ceremony? Oh no! Is this the same thing they did to corrupt Devalin's mind?
Wolves never surrender! But this can't go on.
No matter how...
Let's play!
Here we go!
Everybody stand back! Think you can get away? Fate is upon you.
yourselves.
Let's light it up!
Jumpy, jumpy, go! Please, more space.
Teamwork is strength!
Oh, up. Hi-ya. La la la. Yeah.
That's gonna hurt in the morning. Couldn't break the curse.
Time for takeoff. How rude. Decided by destiny. That really hurt.
The world will burn. The ceremony was in. How does an old spirit? No matter. This is but a small
It disappeared again.
Thank you. You came. Just in time.
Human Lupercal. I am ashamed that you... But still...
Lupus Boreas never refuses trial. But scary outsider. Not respect trial rules. I too didn't see...
Wait. So you mean the Abyss Order had everything prepared to corrupt Lupus Boreas' mind, then lured him out under the pretense?
Thank you. In the future, you smell danger.
No, we heard about the danger. Paimon's nose doesn't even know what danger smells like. Besides coming to help, we... excuse us, Mr. Wolf God. Do you know anything about the first field tiller?
I pay no heed to the contraptions of humans. I know not what... It entered into my proving ground by accident, and I mistook it for it. But it could not think, only fight. It was designed as a pure killing machine from top to bottom. I eventually damaged it greatly with one of my attacks. Before it fell to the ground, it fled the proving ground.
By the sounds of it, it's possible that could...
Yes, it could spin, leap high into the air, and even shoot.
Fireballs? Anyway, this pretty much proves that the first field tip... It sounds like the first one was way stronger than them, but in this story, it was damaged at the proving ground while...
Don't know. But
Yes, you were a bit... We need to keep investigating something super important. The Abyss Herald may have left, but the Abyss's forces are...
yes, I smell you too.
Well, there was some good intel. Quick, let's go tell... These bombs, so... Da-da-da.
Time to begin work? We're way behind schedule.
Dang, there you are! Did you see Master Jean?
I saw her, but purposely avoided her. As both the Lion Fang Knight and acting Grand Master, she naturally would have some reservations towards me. If I'm not careful, one day I may. But back to the matter at hand. I defeated some of the Abyss forces, but wasn't able to gather any information. Did you have more success? I see. Well then, we can more or less figure out where the first field tiller ended up.
Huh? Really?
That information combined with a more for example, the old story. Exactly. The strange story told to you by that young sister, long mistaken to be a curse rained down by a deceit.
Ah, Paimon gets it! So the Tyrant's final fury was really just missiles fired from the field tiller after it ran from Wolvendom. After it was damaged in the fight with the Wolf of the North, it must have wandered into the ruins of Old Mondstadt and stayed there. Then, whenever anyone got close, back then, the people of
It looks like we need to make a trip to Storm Terror's lair and comb the entire area. What do you mean?
Huh? Oh, Paimon remembers too! We saw that a bit. This is it, right? Okay then, use your elemental sight to look for the eye. Ooh, so what did you see? Huh? Nothing? Oh, but Paimon was so excited. What's going on? Are you sure you did it right?
This requires another method. Using elemental sight on a field tiller is of no use because it is not powered by the elements. Let me give it a try. And done.
Wow!
The very thing the Abyss Herald has been seeking all along. The eye of all of the ruin guards today are just replicas of this machine. As the prototype, its combat capability.
Prototype? Oh, Paimon doesn't know that.
As the Abyss Order has surmised, if this eye is placed in the hands of the defiled statue, and if the limbs of Osial, Overlord of the Vort, and this newly born god will have the power to topple the divine thrones of Celestia. Yes.
Then, what should we do with this eye?
No. I'll guard it myself.
Huh? You? Dane? You won't go and do anything crazy with it, will you?
You may doubt me if you wish, but I must ensure it does not fall into the wrong hands. No matter where we may hide it, they will find it. And as for the Church of Favonius, well, you know I don't trust them.
Oh!
But our work isn't done yet. To avoid any further repercussions, we must also take care of that defiled statue. We can't have the church get involved. Let's handle it ourselves.
Destroy it? That's a statue of the Seven, as well as being a well, good thing we didn't tell Barbara earlier. Otherwise, she'd be going completely bonkers right now.
Do the Seven really expect me to help them look after what? Let's go back to those ruins and destroy them. I'll make sure it doesn't get.
So after all that running around, we end up right back here again. Look at us. We barely escaped this place last time, and now we're strolling right back in. Gee, surely we must be some of the bravest adventurers in all of Teyvat. That are the...
Scry the sky.
Yahoo!
Looks like we're here. An eerie, lifeless, dark chamber. I understand the evil aura you were describing earlier.
Oh, such a scary place.
Be careful to not be overwhelmed by the power of the defiled statue. The Abyss Herald. It's here.
You are just as vexatious as ever, Daneslith, enemy of the Abyss. I sense your soul is stained by terrible bloodshed. Perhaps... Oh, and something... Then we are the same.
It is your words that forever reek. Time to silence!
Brace yourself.
Delve into destiny.
No touching.
It's a roar!
This was not foretold.
Yahoo!
Access denied.
I'm going in!
Brace yourself. Think you can get away?
Written in the stars.
This is long overdue.
Adventure.
Off we go! Let's play!
It's a roar!
No touching.
Shadows of fate. Let's light it up. Everybody stand back.
Here we go.
Oh, no. My lyre is broken. This is just my...
Access denied. Didn't see that coming. Blaze over. Come
me scry.
The end is nigh.
Next on the... Born of ice and frost.
The world will fall. The end
Decided by destiny.
the abyss. Prince.
Hey! Could that be?
Lumine.
Wait! He just blocked an attack against the Abyss Herald. Your brother? And the Abyss?
Lumine, why are you with Dane?
Uh-huh. Your brother knows Dane?
Ether. We meet again.
What's going on here? Dane knows him too?
You shouldn't team up with this man. He is my enemy.
Ether.
But it must be said. Don't try to stop me. Don't try to stop the Abyss. That man Dainsleif was the Twilight Sword, one of the royal guards of the final dynasty of Conria. 500 years ago, he failed to prevent the destruction of Conria. A curse of immortality was laid upon him, to forever wander the wilderness, while he watched the people he was supposed to protect turn into the monsters of the Abyss.
You're saying Dane is from Conria? And you said the people turned into monsters? You're trying to tell Paimon that the Abyss Order is not only related to Conria, but is actually the people of Conria themselves? And the whole thing about Dane being your enemy... Paimon...
Home. Yes, of course. Home is wherever we are together. But I cannot go with you to the next world to find a new home. At least, not yet. Until the Abyss has engulfed the thrones, my war with destiny will see no end. Listen to me, Lumine. I have already traveled through this world once. Once you reach the end of your journey as I did, you will see for yourself the true nature of this world. So we'll meet again. Though we need not rush, sister. I have more than enough time to wait for you. We have always had enough time.
Left. Oh, don't be too sad. We'll find them again. Look on the bright side. At least we got some really useful information. That at least Now, as well as the Seven, Dane is also a key part of finding your sibling too, right? That's right! By the way, with these... Oh! Well then... First off, that Abyss Herald called your brother... It seems like your brother is leading the Abyss Order. Even the Abyss Herald answers to him. Also, your brother said that he wants to engulf the thrones and go to war with death. Next thing, turns out the Abyss Order monsters are really what the people of Conria turned into after their nation was destroyed. This story is just plain... And Dane is from Conria too! He witnessed its destruction 500 years ago! But he didn't turn into a monster. So that's why your brother... But if the monsters of the Abyss are the same people that Dane protected all those years ago... Also, how come after all this time we've spent searching for your brother, it turns out he's on the side of the Abyss? What's up with... Yeah, then... We can't let ourselves get down about it now. Our journey's not over yet. Let's get a move on. Time to leave this terrible If your brother wants you to reach the end of your journey, show him what you're made of. Come on, traveler. Let's go.
Should we really be off work this early? Yahoo! Huh? We're way behind schedule. No touching.
Shadows of fate!
never imagined your brother would have sided with the Abyss. Well, Paimon believes in both of you, and when the going gets tough, the tough get going. He said we needed to reach the end of our journey. Paimon bets he still has lots more to tell us. And we won't find out what this journey is or where it will end unless we keep going. Aw, don't mention it, partner. Travel buddies are supposed to look out for one another. Although, where should we go next? If we want to continue with the journey... Oh, you mean the god that took your brother away in the first place? You're right. After all, everything that followed, all this confusion, it all started with her. Ooh, Paimon supports that idea. Just the thought of it so satisfying. Well, we've ruled out 2 gods so far, the Animal and Geo Archons. So, next... Paimon doesn't think we can simply walk into Inazuma. Zhongli said it was a closed nation. We'll have to find some other way in. Why don't we ask someone from Inazuma how to gain entrance? Oh, Paimon's thought of someone already! Atsuko in Liyue Harbor! Let's see what she has to say.
Oh. Hello. Oh, I mean good fortune, right? I'm still learning to talk like a local. Is there anything I can help you with?
We wanted to ask, how do we get into Inazuma?
Oh, so that's why you're here. Well, there is a way.
Great! We came to the right person!
But the chance of success is...
Incredibly
It was in leaving Inazuma that I found out all I had to rely on was a little wooden raft that I'd put together myself. There was a storm raging. After I'd escaped their clutches, I floated on the open ocean for I don't know how many days. My rations and fresh water supply soon, but to my surprise, my journey didn't end there. That's right. I escaped by the skin of my teeth.
What a horrible journey!
Well, because everything is just too restrictive over there. The atmosphere is so stifling. The Kanjo Commission subjects everyone leaving or entering the nation to a protracted approval process, and I felt like I didn't belong.
Kanjo Commission?
Along with the other two commissions, they oversee everything in Inazuma. We usually collectively refer to them as the Tri-Commission. I suppose they're equivalent to the 8 trades under the Liyue Chising. One of the obligations of the Kanjo Commission is to conduct rigorous identity checks on all individuals leaving or entering Inazuma. All non-nationals are processed centrally. Meanwhile, the Tenryo Commission is responsible for implementing the recently promulgated Vision Hunt Decree. They act like the executive arm of the Raiden Shogun's rule. Loyal, yet unfeeling. It doesn't feel good to speak ill of my home like this. But after spending so long under that oppressive atmosphere, I begin to lose all hope for the future. What I mean to say is, unless you have an extremely compelling reason to you should know that the sea around Inazuma is engulfed in a perpetual tempest of wind and rain. Supposing you survived that, you would still need to get past the samurai guards that enforce the Sakoku Decree, the closed nation policy of Inazuma. And even if you did manage to find a way, you'd still have to produce the necessary documentation at the Rito Center for processing Outlanders. Otherwise, you'd be kicked out in—
Seems like they really don't want anyone setting foot in Inazuma, huh?
They only set that up as a port to guarantee a supply of goods and information to the island. Most Outlanders would be unable to acquire that, but if you really are set on go—
the raft—
That's not what I meant. You could ask someone from the Crux Fleet if they have some way of getting you to Inazuma. Their voyaging far and wide has made them a well-traveled group with a wide range of experiences. They may just know.
But it's an armed fleet, right? Why would they agree to a—
That part is up to you. If you're able to persuade their captain, Beidou, then the hardest part will be out of the way. The Alcor is the flagship of the Crux Fleet. I heard that it's currently anchored by Guyunstone Forest on a supply run. This might be your best chance.
Then there's no time to lose. Let's go find Captain Beidou.
Who have we got here? Wait, I know you. You're that traveler, aren't you? The one who fought against the Fatui and Osile, right? Ningguang told me about you. A traveler of great insight and remarkable skill has saved Liyue. She's a hard one to please, so praise from her is high praise indeed. I remember thinking at the time that it'd be good to meet you in person, judging by the clothes on your back and this floating thing. I guess that time has come.
Hey! The name's not Floating Thing, it's Paimon!
Paimon? What a fascinating being. You two give off not only the essence of wind and earth, but also of... yes, the stars.
Huh? The fragrance of what now? That's the weirdest compliment Paimon's ever heard.
Pay it no heed. I mean only to say I am certain that it is by fate, not chance alone, that we should meet. And that gives our encounter meaning.
You're not far off, but they go by a different name in Inazuma. This young man is Kaidahara Kazuha, a temporary addition to my crew for reasons I won't bore you with. Occasionally, he opens his mouth and flowers come out instead of words.
With this fine ship and the soft sea breeze, would it not be romantically irresponsible of me not to acknowledge it with a line?
Oh, I can't argue with that. Okay, then. Once the clash is underway, I'll give you a chance to perform.
Only if the mood takes me, of course. Poetry for poetry's sake.
Hey, you don't want to pass this opportunity up too easily. Especially seeing as our great hero here might be in attendance.
Oh, wait a minute. What's the clash?
Huh? I thought you might be here to sign up. You're telling me you've never... The Crux Clash is a martial arts tournament that I hold. There'll be a whole bunch of folks taking... There are 2 important rules. 1, competitors must be renowned fighters. We want those with real martial arts ability. So, you've got nothing to worry about there. I don't think there's anyone out. 2, you can't take part if you've got a vision. Otherwise, things get a little one-sided. You must be feeling confident, but you might want to watch out. There are a few crouching tigers and hidden dragons lurking around in Liyue, and with Liyue's savior taking part in the tournament, now that's gonna turn a few heads. I think we can expect a healthy turnout this time.
But we didn't come here to take part in a
Well, before you dismiss the idea completely, you might be interested to hear that the prize this time round is particularly sought after. Get this. It's a masterless vision.
Supplied by myself, as a matter of fact. If the tournament champion can reawaken that vision, it belongs to them.
Is there really such thing as a masterless...
When a vision bearer dies, the light in their vision will fade away. But the shell that housed that light remains. As for whether this shell has any practical application, well, this remains to be seen. But
Yep. And the way I see it, a vision is a badge of recognition from the gods. Organizing the clash is my way of uncovering hidden talents. And hopefully this time, getting a vision to glow it. So if you don't have a vision, this is the perfect opportunity to get your hands on one of your very...
Yeah, we're interested in getting to Inazuma.
Inazuma? You want?
Well, why didn't you say so? In that case, if you win the tournament, I'll give you a choice. Masterless vision, or a ticket to Inazuma aboard the Alcor.
You just want her to take part in your
What's wrong with that? The more talent we have, the better the tournament will be. I couldn't let a competitor like you fall through the net.
What are we gonna do? Looks like...
Great. Then let's get you signed up. Head to the tournament arena in Guyun Stone Forest. Kazuha and I will be over soon.
It seems like it will only be a matter of time before the answer is revealed.
Before we sign up, let's see who the other competitors are. Beto said that they had to be renowned. Hello! Are you here to compete in the Crux Clash?
You bet I am. Have you put your names down yet? Well, I'd have a look at the entrance criteria if I were you. The Clash is a comprehensive test of fighting ability. Nobody wants to see that.
Yeah, we heard a rule about that.
Me? Only a former runner-up in the Chihu Rock Freestyle Combat Summit. Oh yeah.
Uh-huh. Also, that doesn't sound like the most official tournament.
What? You... Nonsense. Have you been living under a rock? It's been going on for years. Not to mention, I've helped the Millilith catch treasure hoarders before. They tried to sneak past me under the cover of darkness. I planted a left hook on the skinnier one's face and sent him flying. Then, the big guy. I stood my ground, of course. A roundhouse kick sent the blade hurtling into a... I told you. Unarmed, outnumbered, I'm not saying I came out completely unscathed, of course. But the fact remains that I did manage to subdue the both of them. And hand them over to the Millilith.
Uh-huh. But for us, even 4 or 5 treasure hoarders at a time is all in a day's work. Mm-hmm. All right, we're gonna keep looking around.
I'll see you in the arena. But I don't...
Next on the agenda...
Are you here?
That's right. Nothing beats real-life combat, but this tournament is more than just a chance to put training.
Exactly. With a vision, we'd...
This master of yours...
Famous. He's the founder of the Ling Shan clan. And his skills, you probably wouldn't have heard of it. It was founded He's got to be a grand master or something. He's created many different styles of kung to the Ling Shan clan.
Forced to...
It's a type of breathing exercise where you can train yourself to harness the energy around you. For example, our master can use it to alter the path of an attacking fist, or change the direction of an incoming.
One time, he sent a challenger flying into the air.
It sure is, but it's extremely difficult to cultivate this ability.
We're clearly not that naturally gifted, or we would have at least gotten the gist by now. If we don't start making progress soon, we'll probably...
There's a tuition fee?
Of course! This is a Grand Master we're talking about here.
But here we are, having trained under him directly all this time. Recently, though, we heard that a Vision Bearer joined the Guhua clan and made pretty much instant...
So, if we can get our hands on a Vision too, maybe we can finally make our master proud.
Well, we have to try something.
Exactly. It can't hurt to try. Folks will come from far and wide. Heck, we could even be...
See you in the arena!
Hey, youngster. Are you here for the... If so... See...
So you're also...
You better believe it. I wouldn't... For me? Obtaining a vision? No. It's not about what I want to do. I know how that sounds, but let me... I've passed every exam I've ever taken. Enjoyed... In most people's eyes, I am already the very embodiment of a vision.
You have so much self-confidence.
That's not important. I have a contact in the Crux fleet who was happy to vouch for. I've also brought along a bit of an entourage for moral support. It's, of course, I also put in a few good days' practice, concentrating mostly on rare and esoteric styles of Kung Fu. As a high achiever by nature, I seem to have gained another... Now then, if you don't mind, I need to finish my pre-competition routine. It's not too long now before...
So, to recap, we're up against an inflated ego, some gullible guys paying way too much for their kung fu classes, and an...
Chinksa Village arm wrestling champion, huh? Alright, you're signed up. Next, please. What's your name? Wait, did I hear that?
Is it really them?
Huh? Aren't they a vision bearer?
I have to ask. It's really hard.
The one that spoke with Lady Kuching at the...
Oh, I trust you are aware that, only those with... Really? But from what I've heard, the things you're capable of in...
Yep, she still doesn't have a vision, though. See for yourself.
My apologies. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm sure a great hero like yourself would have no reason to lie. Now, could I ask you to provide a few claims to fame? It's just a formality for you, of course, but I have to make a record of competitors' achievements as part of the sign-up process. So far, I've got defeated the ancient god Osail, so that's one. Do you have any others?
Yeah, put that down. And also...
Whoa!
Might as well declare her the champion already.
I wonder if it's too late to withdraw.
Okay, that's plenty.
Right. Your registration is complete. A great hero such as yourself can surely only be here for one.
Oh, we're not here for that. We're here because
There's another
Beto must have upped the stakes this time.
But why would anyone want?
I see. So, I take it you discussed your terms with Beto in advance. Well, I'm sure a great hero. Anyway, the qualifying rounds are.
Hey, so Paimon's thinking about even though you don't have a vision, most people in Tibet. So Paimon thinks you probably shouldn't. In any case, looking at the competition, it's all right. It's
You seem like you're raring to go. Are you ready to compete? Good. Then please follow me into the...
Our next competitor is seen by many as the favorite to win this tournament. Her first bout begins now!
Seems like you got a pretty good chance of winning this thing.
You? You're the cute.
Come on, let's go sign up. What a strange guy. Why was he so confident to begin with? Well, now that we've won, let's go and see Beto. She'll probably have something to say to us.
So, what do you think?
Impressive. But I also observed our favorite exercise some restraint, as if to protect the opponent.
Well, I fought my fair share of battles, both big and... So, come on. We all know you've got a wide...
All right. Let me... You fought well.
All right, then. I was thinking your inner poet might want to join in the fun, but I guess I shouldn't put... You know, a lot of competitors came... And since you signed up, we've had many others do the same, with more than a few top-tier fighters among them. Well, for one thing, we don't want you wasting all your energy in the early rounds fighting people who are well below... So, I'm...
Huh? But we only just started the qualifiers.
This is how Captain Beto works. You won't persuade her otherwise. Besides, at your level...
To be fair...
All right, I'm gonna watch some more of the tournament. We're finally here, folks. The real
The captain seems... Your opponent has fought many rounds to get to the semifinals. You may well be stronger than him, but this should not very well.
All right, that's enough chit-chat for now.
Your opponent in the semifinals is new to the... I do not doubt your abilities, but I would suggest that you...
Relax. My girl's at...
Okay.
At last, the moment we've all been waiting for. The semifinals have begun. Who's it gonna be this time? The hero or the dark horse?
I don't care about the prize. You're a strong opponent. That's what I'm here for. Fists of Fury! Fists of Fury! I'm sweating all over. It's congratulations. I was beaten by the best.
Right. For a moment, if you had a vision, you...
I wanted a vision once, when I was a kid, but mine, I lost interest eventually. I've fought and won against vision bearers before.
Huh? You mean you didn't...
No, I didn't. Only in defeat can you understand your weaknesses, and...
Wow. Now that's true.
If you have the chance in the future, please come and...
By the way...
Whether they'll be as tough as me, I don't know. So don't get...
There he goes. Maybe we should ask around. See what...
Ah, it's you! I myself was eliminated in the third round.
Maybe next time, huh?
Why, yes. He's the same one who defeated me. I faltered for but a brief moment. Given my stature, I have no fear of squaring off with physically strong opponents. Still, I'm sure he'll be no... He tried to use force dispersal to deflect a punch, but his opponent was pretty freaked out by it. He kept asking him, why don't you dodge, they ask. Because to not dodge, don't even get me started. I spent all my energy helping him get from here to the boat to I don't dare tell my master about this. Sorry, I shouldn't be complaining in front of you like this. I'm afraid I'm
Oh.
Thanks, I'll...
We still haven't got any useful information yet.
You gave an outstanding I could sense that you're not familiar with bouts of this kind, but you were quick to adapt and managed to claim. In fact, I discerned this not from what I saw, but what I heard. The ground beneath your feet, and
He's right. But in my case, I was purely relying on previous I guess not using your elemental powers must be quite—
We wanted to ask about who our opponent will be in the final round. Do you think—
Not exactly. Contenders that— As for the guy you'll be facing, his skill lies in his— What's the matter? Worried that you've bitten off more—
if that is the case, then I have a proposal for you. I haven't properly introduced myself yet. In the land of Inazuma,
yeah, we could tell that from your getup. But at the same time—
It is true that I am versed both in literary and martial traditions. I do not mean to flaunt my martial prowess, but I myself have witnessed reputable fighters hailing from across the lands. I do possess— Given your talents, a few hints from me will—
Hang on. Don't you think—
Gathering intelligence is an essential— Besides, our favorite here has fought many battles on their journey from Mons.
You betcha! Wait a second. We never told you that we—
Does one not leave a trail when traveling through the wild? In return, however, there is only so much that can be discerned from these traces. I sense that many things about you elude me still. Come with me.
Maybe we can go talk to Beto. Sure.
Now that we're alone, let me cut to the heart. You are skilled in manipulating the elements, and not just a single element.
Paimon knew that you were hinting at something from the moment.
That's right. If the other contenders were to catch wind of your elemental ability, if I'm not mistaken, you share these considerations. When I talk about that which I see or hear in you, this is not poetic. Since a young age, I have been attuned to the tidings of nature. It is things of this nature that I also hear from within you. Nothing more.
As crazy as all that sounds—
My humble abilities are negligible. To think a human could wield the elements with— And not to mention your incredibly complex scent. Like that of some mysterious being.
Hey, stop evaluating us based on our smell! It's weird!
Could you perchance enlighten me as to how you managed to obtain your combined elemental ability? So then, might I be so bold as to inquire how exactly it is that you learned to channel element—
It's nothing really. Paimon just told her whatever came to mind. It's been a long journey, and honestly, even Paimon doesn't—
Perhaps such unfathomable things are the essence of the gods. However, I still wish to have the honor of seeing how— Of course, I too shall share with you all— Now then.
Let's play! Time for takeoff!
Let's light it up!
Yahoo!
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Let's play! Think you can get away? Here we go!
Your skills in battle are truly beyond reproach. Even with your opponent's speed, he shouldn't be able to overwhelm you. Your opponent is skilled at controlling his breathing and maintaining balance, which enables him to execute moves that many would find impossible. He relies entirely on the element of surprise to defeat his opponents. In other words, as long as you remain mindful of his ability to detect weak points, then his attacks should pose no threat to you. Please, save your thanks. If anything, I should be thanking you for the opportunity to witness your command. The world is a truly mysterious...
You seem kind of obsessed with visions, but don't...
I desire to know what influences the gods' decision to grant humans these visions. My apologies. You must be completely in the dark regarding such matters. For allowing me the honor of witnessing your mystical ways, I am willing to answer any... So that's what you're curious about? As you well know, a vision hunt decree is currently underway in visions are a gift bestowed by the divine. People that have accepted this gift are now having their visions confiscated inexplicably. Sometime in the outset, supposing each of the 7 archons had their criteria for granting visions to living beings, then does the current Electro-Archon now doubt these criteria, or even the act in and of itself? Not to mention, with no new Electro-Visions having been granted for such a long time, it would seem that we can
She sounds less like an Archon and...
As far as I know, she is an Archon that pursues Liyue's contracts are meant to benefit all who reside within Liyue. But what does Inazuma's pursuit of eternity? It goes without saying that the people locked within Inazuma...
Sounds a lot like something the god you encountered in the beginning.
Oh? Have you encountered the Electro-Archon before? With time. If you wish to find her, she will forever be... There will come a day when I too shall wish to understand the answers to eternity from... Ah! The time for your...
Oh, right! We got so distracted talking about Inazuma...
If you have no other matters to attend to, then we... Very well. Let's go.
Why isn't he? Never mind. We can start by making your entrance first. Everyone, listen up! Your attention, please! We've reached the climax of... We've seen many exciting battles today, and now I'd like to introduce our first combatant. Though few have seen her, she strikes fear into the heart of Osile, and the mere mention of her name causes even Fatui Harbingers to turn pale in the face. Introducing Liyue's traveling hero!
Wow!
I'm sure everyone but today's As for our other combatant, he still hasn't... Oh, come on, what could be taking him so long? You can't just forfeit for not showing up like in previous rounds. This is the finals. Apologies, everyone just sit tight. We've got no other choice. If he does...
Wait a moment. Captain Beidou, perhaps we should... Traveler.
Let me see. It's gone all right.
Huh? Did someone...
We don't know when it was taken. I never thought...
No need to worry. Even the craftiest sleight of... The vision was the prize that I had offered, and it was my responsibility.
Well, if you I'll stay here and try to offer some explanation.
If you would, please come with me.
But...
Come with me. I can sense the wind.
winds have come at an opportune moment. Let's seize this chance. Ride the winds upward. From there, we can continue our search for clues.
By the way, what made you suddenly think of checking the price in the first place?
I heard it the moment it was stolen.
Well, then why didn't you stop him?
You'll see shortly.
Time for takeoff.
The winds are guiding us forward. The culprit is on the opposite shore now.
You can hear that too? What does it sound like?
Hubris. This way. Follow me. There may be an ambush waiting for us up ahead, but I trust that you are well prepared for such a scenario.
Hoarders, they're here! Get them!
Treasure hoarders, just as I expected. In which case, please stand back.
You caught up with me? How is that possible? I had even prepared a boat to ensure a quick getaway.
No boat could ever match the speed of
The wind? What are you talking about? Oh, drat! If I only had a vision. Or if I could.
This has nothing to do with visions. You may be... Additionally, your chosen escape route was flawed for reasons that are too numerous to go into. And on top of that, I could hear your boasting and proud laughter in the wind. In other words, you failed to meet any of the basic criteria.
You...
But most disappointing of all, it appears that the vision doesn't respond.
Fine! I've had my eyes on this vision for quite some time now. I decided...
Aha! So you were...
I'd intended to win the contest through skill alone all along. After watching the semi-finals, I knew that I didn't stand a chance. But I wasn't about to give up since there was no use in trying to face you in the match. I decided to put my... I was convinced I prepared thoroughly for my escape, but some... Drat. This could... Really? Fine. But you'd better mean it. It didn't...
You know, according to the laws of the sea...
Huh? You're not...
Not to mention that the item you stole was a prize. You didn't show... It seems that it would be only fair to brand the word thief on your forehead with a...
Whoa, whoa! We don't need to...
I know. If this is where talking gets me, then forget!
Everybody stand! Let's play!
Shadows of...
Here's something special!
No! No!
He has persevered to the bitter end. Put down the vision and leave.
Huh?
What's wrong? It's up to you.
No need.
Huh?
I take no pleasure in frightening others. When people are forced into a corner, that is when they're great. But unfortunately, nothing. Yes. From the moment he stole the... I've tried many other though few tales tell of him. After seeing you command multiple... Come, why don't you give it a try? I see. No matter. This was expected.
Yeah, what's the story?
The story begins with an old... He was once a good friend of mine. One day he asked me about a sword art of which he had heard, the Musono Hitotachi. I told him it can only be witnessed when divine punishment is administered. It is the pinnacle of the Raiden Shogun's skill, a symbol of ultimate power. But he replied, there must be one who can withstand it. There will always be those who dare to brave the lightning's glow. Then, the Vision Hunt decree arrived. People's aspirations were stripped away as the Raiden Shogun began to construct her ideal of eternity. While I was fleeing from place to place, I heard that my friend had challenged the Vision Hunters to a duel before the throne. A solemn yet brutal challenge. The defeated face divine punishment, while the victors gain a second chance. Perhaps he thought he of all people should make a stand. Coming face to face with the Musono Hitotachi was all that he truly desired, after all. When I arrived at Tenshukaku, the duel was over. I heard his sentence of divine punishment, his severed blade hitting the ground. Perhaps that was the glory he had yearned to witness. In his last moments, what expression was on his face? Before I knew it, I had stepped forward and snatched the dying vision and was running from the scene. All I knew was that I mustn't let his hope, which burned so brightly, become buried among the ice-cold statue of a god. Perhaps one day, I may come to find that all I have done is meaningless. But as a wandering samurai, I find meaning in traveling and the sprawling beauty of nature that lies along the way, while still retaining the warrior way in my heart.
Kazuha.
It's just another way of saying I do as I... All right then. It's time we returned. Allow me to gather the wind for...
It's shocking how much work there is to do.
And she's been handling it alone all along. The Qixing secretary.
Huh? You're...
Aren't you Ningguang's servants?
We are Miss Ningguang's private
Have you seen? It has been several days since Ganyu left for Joyun Karst. She's the general secretary of the Liyue Qixing. We've only taken over her responsibilities until she gets back.
Even though the Qixing have made peace with the Adepti after the latter had denounced Liyue, they still want to pay their respects to the Illuminated Ones. They commissioned Ganyu as their envoy to deliver a letter to Joyun Karst, and still, Ganyu...
Is that so?
I'm afraid it's not very likely. Ever since we met Ms. Ganyu, she's been nothing but the most conscientious. Even when it's time for her annual leave, Ms. Ganyu stays. She couldn't possibly be using her mission as an
Oh, Paimon sees how it is.
It's because of this absurd... When we first heard the three of us would be taking over for Miss Ganyu, we thought it would...
We couldn't have imagined that Miss Ganyu's daily workload far exceeds what the three of us...
Speaking of Joyun Karst...
Of course, we've been...
that's good news. Could you go to Julian? We're saved. I remember...
It's about time...
No, perhaps we should go to Lady Ning...
So Ganyu left to visit Clara. We should hurry up. Paimon hopes...
lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world. You two. I did not expect to meet you here. Is it official or private affairs that... I shouldn't. I have left the human world. Please contact the Yua High Pavilion regarding matters...
Huh?
That's why you're here?
What? Did something happen?
The clouds fold and unfold. The tide ebbs and flows. It was meant to be. When the Adepti entrusted humans with overseeing Liyue, I knew it was only my Adepti blood makes me unwelcome in Liyue Harbor. I delivered the letter and came back to Liyue Harbor, only to discover that I had been replaced by Baiwen, Baishao, and Baishe. Perhaps that mission of mine was just a pretext to remove me. Since I appreciate your kind. After 1,000 years away, I came back to Juyun Karst. Looking at the clouds floating among the mountains brings me...
Who disturbs the peace of these mountains?
Cloud Retainer, we're terribly sorry. We just...
One merely jests. One felt your presence the moment you set foot upon this land.
Wow, you Adepti really are impressive.
Come here to chat about the old times with Ganyu. It looks like you get along quite well. A matter leaves you at an impasse. Not to worry. One is exceptional at seeking avenues for conversation. One has been once... yes. Since you are Ganyu's friends, tales from her youth shall one apprise you of, perhaps?
Oh, Cloud Retainer.
Nothing to be ashamed of. You were so cute as a child. One is most certain that your friends would like to hear of it.
Oh, Paimon went...
Little Ganyu loved when the horns on the top of her head were caressed. When one was still taking care of her, one was pestered most often to touch her horns. She was elsewise loath to... Plump she was back then. Why, when she stumbled while we ascended the mountain, she would roll down to the bottom like a little ball. The day Ganyu bumped into a pilgrim was the first time she saw a real human in the flesh. So fearful she was that she hid in a rock's cleft for 2 days and nights. One found her
Cloud Retainer? Forget it. It's about time for my training. I will take my leave.
One's intention was merely...
And you did the exact opposite. Impressive.
Be that so, but returning to Ganyu, most gladdened one cannot help but feel that remaining in Juyun, one will tell you more about her. Most benevolent among all Adepti are the Qilin. They drink only spring water and eat only whole grain. But perhaps the mountainous dwellings of Adepti in Juyun Karst might be too lonely for her human side. Under moonlight did one see her last. She stood by the precipice's edge, and upon the mist-veiled mountains she gazed. Her thin figure was immersed in the vast sea of clouds. One noticed her loneliness, and sought to convince her to go back to the human world. But just then, she said thus.
Liyue Harbor feels even lonelier than Juyun Karst. When I look at the sea of clouds in Juyun Karst, I merely feel the loneliness of a solitary cloud gazer. When I step into the sea of people in Liyue, I feel the loneliness of an inhuman that doesn't belong in the human world.
One did, by chance, hear this much of Ganyu's thoughts. Alone, she will find her predicament hard to conquer. One hopes that you will accompany her.
Oh, Retainer's right. We can't leave Ganyu depressed like that. Besides, Liyue hasn't given up on her. She's got it all wrong. Anyways, what's that
She has sought to reclaim her Adeptus side since returning to Joyun Karst. At her behest, one has
She should be in the southern part of Mount...
Huh, is that so?
Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do. It's so nice to de-stress. Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do. It's so nice to de-stress. Why did you come here? Consider...
Yay!
This trial was prepared by Cloud Retainer. The training is much to her signature style.
Is it...
No, I'm aware of your strength, Traveler. The power hidden within you is not inferior to mine. If you're ready, we shall begin the
There's a lot of gliding around. It does feel like something Cloud Retainer would come up with.
If you could see through the eyes of an Adeptus, you wouldn't be so surprised. We're way behind schedule. We've completed the task. Well, I agree. You possess...
Ganyu, what were you playing?
The training's not over yet.
Huh? So there are more trials prepared by other adepts?
No. The...
Who is?
Conqueror of Demons.
Huh. So it's Shao. That cold-hearted loner? How come he's prepared to try?
I found him unapproachable at first, too. But I believe that being able to face him is an important part of my home. He's already waiting for me.
Of course we are.
You're half an hour late. I see you still haven't abandoned the wrongful ways of...
I'm sorry. I had a meeting with Cloud Retainer. I
don't need your explanations and don't require any mutual understanding between us. I'm just helping you with your training.
Xiao is such a strict...
You're neither an Adeptus nor a human. Always instead of explaining yourself...
I have nothing to hide.
The body and the mind are one. If something worries your mind, the trial I've prepared for you will explore the
Yes.
The trial's begun! I'm Paimon can feel it in the air. Even the weather's changed. Think you can get away? No touching! All hail! Time for takeoff. Brace yourself. Fate is upon you. Everybody stand back.
I've completed your trial.
You don't have to report back to me. Seeking other people's validation won't only you can evaluate the result of this.
Understood.
Xiao always has such strong opinions.
From tomorrow on, I'll start...
I have to do what?
Another one of those pesky visitors. I'll leave him to you, Ganyu. It's all...
Pesky visitor?
Oh heavens! Blessed be Rex Lapis. I've finally come upon... Are all of you the... great! My name's Sin Chung. I can...
Oh, so it's a pilgrim. Huh. He can handle any battle.
I am also one of the Adepti. You can say that I...
Perfect! I didn't come in vain then. What blessings can you grant me?
Wow, straight to the...
Dear Pilgrim, you shouldn't jump to conclusions. Adepti don't help every pilgrim
For free? Do you mean that you...
That's not what I meant. What I'm trying to say is that everything should be earned through hard work and earnest living. It would be unfair to other people if you got everything you wanted for no reason.
Hold on. I've heard this all before.
Your father must have experienced it firsthand. The lives of the common folk. A person of your age should focus on work and...
Are you a real Adeptus? Why do you speak? You sure you're not one of those swindlers who pose as an Adeptus? Ugh, how dare you reprove me? I bet you came here looking...
He might sorta...
Enough! Doesn't matter if you're a real adept...
Nobody's... Ganyu, don't let...
It's not his behavior. The things he said... I thought that... But being questioned by him made me realize that But... I'm...
It's true!
All right. I'll go with you to Leo if I'm proven right.
It's a step in the right direction.
I'm still...
Come on, Ganyu!
I suppose you have a point. It would be quite impolite of me to leave the two...
That's right! Where do you want to go?
I've spent too much time in the mount. Let's go for a walk in the port.
Happy to come with.
The sound of the waves in this familiar... The smell of the sea breeze makes me nostalgic.
Ganyu, you didn't leave Liyue for that long. Why do you look so moved?
Well, I used to be so busy. I haven't taken a stroll around here in a long...
Huh, that's true.
Well, when I think about my time here, I've spent most of it behind a desk filing documents. It put me in a certain mood, similar to the one I felt during my training in Ju...
Is that... It is! It's Lady Ga... I wouldn't have thought I'd meet you here. You were always so terribly busy.
Lady Ganyu? Why are you calling her that?
Please don't also start calling me that. Allow me to introduce Uncle Tien. He is...
That's all right. Just tell them the truth. They have done so much for Liyue after...
Uncle Tien is a member of the Liyue Qixing. The Tianshu.
What? It's the same rank as...
Hush now. I must ask, fishing in the port and strolling about are the greatest in most people's eyes. I'm just a forget...
Uncle Tien is too modest. He's been around for a long time. There's...
What an...
Uncle Tien, please. A person of your...
My about. Thank you for looking after me when I first ascended to...
Oh, so you...
Oh, I was just fulfilling my duties as the Qixing secretary. It's nothing worthy...
Talking about secretaries... Oh, I don't know if I should bring it up.
Yes, she works at Yua High Pavilion and she's my junior.
May I trouble you to meet...
With pleasure. Solving the Qixing's problem...
She's back in character. Just like that, huh? Let's move then.
Miss... I don't know why.
Indeed, it has been a while, Huixin. I'm flattered, but aren't you... I heard that you've encountered some problems.
Abusing his status...
Don't worry.
Ganyu's not only a
So, what can you tell me about the problem?
Where should I start? There are obvious irregularities in the tax declarations of two stores, Second Life and Wanyo Boutique. However, without any evidence...
I see. It's not uncommon for merchants to be blinded by...
Well, is there any...
Naturally. I've dealt with similar issues hundreds of times. Give me a moment to consider the best approach in this scenario. All right. Let's approach it this way, then. Your enemy knows you best.
Huh?
If I remember correctly, Second Life and Wanyo Boutique are old business rivals, competing for market share due to their similar wear.
In that case... I know what you mean, Miss Ganyu.
Exactly. Let's start with Wanyo Boutique.
Yes, you're right. Follow...
Aha! We meet again! I suppose.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Bolai. Wanyo Boutique's credit is not sufficient to accept orders directly from you. Should we need to place such an order, we would certainly.
What? Ugh. That rascal Dongsheng.
Well, Second Life's credit has always been excellent.
Oh, tax records? Thriving?
Huh. Is there anything you'd like to share with us, Mr.
Don't let that rascal fool you. I know. If you don't believe me, show me his tax record.
You know Second Life's...
Of course. I'd rather lose money myself than see that rascal make some.
Well then, please look over this tax record.
Oh, of course. Line by line. Ah, here, that exquisite wooden furniture set he bought from Fanmu Carpenters at the Look at the tax record. Not a word about that.
I see. He must.
I told.
But, Ms. Ganyu,
He might have destroyed all the evidence, but I...
Aha, you're right. Master Lu from Fanmu
I hope so. Let's go to Fanmu Carpenters. Thank you for shining a light on this case, Mr. Balai.
Oh, please, that's nothing.
It's all right, Wei-Shin. You can stay in Liyue Heart.
Oh, that's so
Welcome. I'm usually happy.
Kingsa really is...
Hey, I heard that.
Master Lu, we've just come to see you.
Why would the Qixing care about an old man like...
You're very direct, Master Lu. I will be plain. We're looking for proof that Dongsheng from Second Life has been evading taxation. Dongsheng bought some furniture from you at the beginning of the year.
Oh, it's about Second Life.
Sure enough, Mr. Ba, could we perhaps borrow that invoice?
Of course, but... I only do my woodwork and display finished wares. As for old documents, but some troublemakers have recently moved there. Invaded. Since you need that invoice anyway...
So that's what happened.
I'll leave you to it then.
Take back the warehouse, find the invoice. Time for us to show our stuff in a fight.
Wait, I think I saw one of those troublemakers. Ah, over there.
Oh, Paimon sees them too. It's one of the Fatui.
They must be plotting something.
Maybe they're the scoundrels who invaded Master Lu.
Ever since Osai, we won't cause a serious diplomatic crisis by getting into some small scuffle with... Besides, I can already feel their malicious intentions. Consider it my intuition as the
Then what are we waiting for?
Here we go! Focus! This is long overdue!
Time for a flash freeze!
Yahoo!
Descent! Oh no!
I think you've had enough.
Plan? What plan?
We just taught you a lesson, but clearly if you don't spill whatever we'll be forced to use harsher methods.
I'm telling the truth.
If you're telling the truth, Then why would you—
Fine. If you really want to know,
About to...
pick berries over there.
I must admit, I didn't expect you to come up with such a silly excuse.
It's not an excuse. I rarely have a free morning, and I heard that there were fresh berries in this. Think about it. I'm here alone, and
Judging by how he's looking at us, it...
So you have nothing to do with the
Vanmo Carpenters, I swear. I only came.
So it wasn't the Fatui who took over Master Lu's warehouse.
I misjudged the situation and offended you. My apologies. Our exchange only represents my personal views. If you wish it so, you can file a complaint to the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Exchange? This woman, she's clearly aware that the Ministry of Civil Affairs...
Yes, precisely. As an alternative, you may try to solve this problem with force once again.
Darn you. How can you wear that solemn face while bully?
What's your choice, then?
I'll get back to my berries.
What a bittersweet ending.
I made a laughingstock out of myself. I might have spent too much time
No worries. It's all...
Let's keep moving towards Master... Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do. If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world.